I was muted. Hi everyone. Welcome to the stream. Okay, yeah, I need to remember what I was doing. And I think what I was doing is I was writing a cursed logic to reuse string builder for multiple substrings. Hey, Aiken, hello. Hello. Oh wow. Nice. Ray bounce check failed. That's a great start to the stream. Log. So I assume it's somewhere here and probably one of these. I assume that we probably fucked up somewhere here. Build size, non-builder, string builder, init string builder, right positions. Huh. I'll probably just run it under debugger right away. And I am sorry for flashbang. Let me change the color scheme for something more string friendly and just straight up run it. All right, so so I guess substrings is not initialized to the way I thought. Huh? So WP current substring 0, builder string 0, and substrings also 0. Wait, what is bound checking then? Huh? What's failing then? Scam? Maybe this thing is not initialized. Oh. Let's do count. I mean, it's 0, yeah. Let's do data. And data even has something. Buffer offset count, info occupied. Yeah, what the fuck? What's wrong, bro? So index 0, limit 0. Well, but the array has dimension 0, so no index valid. What the fuck is this? Oh, huh. I know. So I reserved an array. You see? I reserved it, but I've never yeah, so I've never did this like log ring should be like right positions count, right? Actually no, it has count. This thing should have count, so I reserve 20 and I can just also do count equals 20, right? Yeah, it's substrings. And there you go. So I just instantly reserve 20 of them for no particular reason. This should fix this particular crash, and it should be a pointer. Yeah. What? What? Ah, no, yeah. Can't assign to a large value iterator. Perhaps you... Yeah, but iterating by pointer doesn't work here. Bruh. So I guess I should do... this. Or what? Is this what you want me to do? Oh, fuck. Something else broke. Open restricted log array bounds check. Yeah. What now? Boom. Alright, because I can't. So... where... the fuck? Why is the same? Himself, hello. I wanted to do to reserve the memory. But I guess I just misunderstood what it means. And... huh. No, look at this. Current substring 20... No, it actually works fine now. It's just... so this is actually expected crash. Yeah. This is actually an expected one. Because I never clear those up, so I only occupy them. But I never collect them on the other side, you know? So this is actually expected crash. Yeah. This one is totally expected. Nice. This is a good crash. This is a crash I wanted to see. Yeah. So are you saying that array resize does these two? Let me check. It does reallocate a new count. I mean, kinda, right? Why is there two different? What's the difference? Okay, yeah, I see. Yeah, so it just actually does array reserve, array count. Yeah. So it's... yeah, you're actually right. Yeah. It does exactly the same thing. Reserves and then does a new count, and I guess... yeah, I guess it like checks if you don't do anything. Hey Sebastian, hello, thank you, appreciate it. Welcome. Hope you've been doing well. I actually didn't want to initialize those. Right, because init range, it goes through like... holy shit, this is... this is a banger. Nice. I don't want to initialize it. Damn. This is a soundtrack from 1999 game Soul of the Samurai. If anyone wants to find this epic banger, this is where you should look. I really like this era of games, because back then there it just makes me laugh, it makes me smile, because back then there were like no rules for writing a game soundtrack. It's just the composers were just composing just like what they liked, you know. You would be listening to Ost from some like Bomberman world, and it would be the most fire-ass jungle you could ever imagine. Just because why not, you know? Especially when it comes to Japanese composers, there we just like everything goes, you know. Yeah, init range I don't want. I want to do this. So okay. Let's say we properly initialize string builders. But now we need to consume it. And what I mean by consuming it is that something on the other side, and in particularly a thread of some sort, should be waiting on a timer. And I actually wonder if I want to do a whole as different thread, or maybe I want to reuse the thread that does timers. Because at least on Linux, I have a handle timers thread that already kind of pulls on a... It has timer FD and it pulls... Yeah, here it is. It pulls on the timer events. I'm thinking, why couldn't it also pull on, you know, I don't know, logs? Maybe because it also logs. Hey, Kolzi-kun, any advice for learning C++? Well, a stupid advice is, you know, just go and write code, literally. But more like targeted advice if you just don't know where to start. If you just absolutely don't know where to start, and assuming your English is, you know, you can sort of understand spoken English, you just go here and start from episode 1, and for as long as you have patience, and just follow along. That's the best resource I know. It won't teach you modern C++. Yeah, it won't teach you modern C++, like C++ 26, but it will teach you good programming habits, for sure. Yep, so let's go to main and I guess create a logging thread. Oh. So we have init logging here, and so we initialize log ring over here. The logging will be crappy, and then all of this crap has to be in a thread. So login thread, and right, something like this, and then logging thread would be... Do we have anything for logging here? I think no. There's a log file name. Logging init. It's all on the state. So let's do this. Let's see how I do it. Logging. It's not a pointer, it's just a thread like this. And then when you need to start it, you actually just you do logger context. I don't think it's gonna have a logger. Maybe it will. So yeah. So yeah, logging threads, starting context logger. Huh. Thread init. And handle logging. So I think this actually should be like, the fuck. It should be here in the logger itself, right? So I'm gonna actually this could be on the top, and this would be handle logging. Right, and this one will be, we do this, and then, if not success, what? Focus yeah, it's just thread. And handle logging will be from here, and then let's do we are logging. And then this shit so I guess this is the place where I move my logging stuff into this module. Right? And log file path is actually program state. But also, it gets initialized in per platform situation. Yeah, platform set logging can config file paths. Right, so this is the part where I determine logging. It's only implemented for Linux at the moment. And this logic, I guess I could move it to the module here. Right, it's like get platform logging path. Like, why not? And then the soundtrack is fire. It's too good. It keeps distracting me. Ooh. Nice. Yeah, I could move this logic into the Luger module And then, for example, get logging path, call it here, and yeah, but I'm not gonna do it now. I'm gonna pull logic into this module little by little. So for now, I'm gonna leave it as is. So this thing, I guess, will just be here. So yeah, let's just put it there. Or maybe we accept, because so thread, and I think it's threading. Yeah, thread. Wait, no. The fuck. Ah, it's thread, it's not threading. Thread. Yeah, there you go. It's not in modules, it's in primitives. So it should be, yeah, it has like a data here. So I can put log file on the data, I guess. What is OS specific? I kind of forgot. Yeah, this thing, I don't need this. So what I need instead, oops. Yeah, I honestly probably will just put the log file here for now. And handle logging, it's not gonna be here, it's gonna be in the module logging thread start handle logging. So let's see if it compiles. It does. And let me run it. We are logging. Look at this. Here. Oh no. Yeah, we are logging. And then something, and then we die. So yeah, thread gets successfully initialized. Now, if OS equals interesting. This is probably a bad idea. Yeah, I recently changed like Emacs GIMO to handle these, especially now they're getting like snapped to the beginning of the indentation, which is probably not a good idea, right? Whatever. Just return if it's Windows. And you know, like, implement a. Now I think this is what this music I can. I think I want to event FD. I think this is what I want to explore here. Event FD object that can be used as an event wait notify mechanism. Yeah. Oh, is Twitch dead? Oh, why is my dashboard? My dashboard died. And now I am getting Duolingo ads on my own dashboard. Insane technology. Okay, I think we're good. Sorry for the distraction. So yeah, how do we create this motherfucker? Any examples, sir? There you go. Well. So we do event fd 0 and 0. What is this? Int val and flags. Counters initialized with value specified in the argument init val. All right. And flags change the behavior of the event fd. Set the close on exec flag. Non-block. Semaphores. Right, so 0. You get ads to learn Spanish in English. I'm native in Spanish. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I have the similar things. So, until recently, Serbia didn't have any ads on Twitch because I guess there weren't any like ad providers, and so sometimes I would open the channel, and I guess Twitch gets confused because it must show you a pre-roll, but it doesn't know which. So sometimes I would get like French ad or like Turkish ad, and obviously I don't know either languages, so it's just advertisers' money wasted. But I mean, it's all good. Like, Twitch just purged like half of the viewers anyway, so it's all good, right? Everybody lose. I have a lot of Twitch streamers in my Twitter feed, and a lot of them have this issue where like viewership just dropped by half. And so far the common like canon is that Twitch just stopped counting lurkers. I actually noticed it as well when I used to stream programming like 6 months ago. I would have like 30 average viewers, something like that, like 25, 30, sometimes like 35. And these days I also get like it reduced by half. So yeah, maybe that's why, because I was always like lurker friendly and stuff. But now Twitch decides that if a viewer doesn't type in the chat, then they don't count. So like people are just mad about it. And for me it's like whatever, right? I don't depend on any income from Twitch. I just stream for fun. But imagine like being somebody who just starts to like trying like streaming as a prospect, and they just like barely got it going, got to this there's like a cog block at around like 20 to 30 viewers that is very hard to pass. And imagine like people who just like passed through this cog block of like 30 viewers, and then Twitch rolls this update that just stops counting lurkers, and you get from like 30 viewers to like 10. And how discouraging it might be for people who like actually want to make Twitch work for them. And I see this on Twitter every day. There's like a bunch of usually VTubers complaining about it. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why I would never probably want to be like a streamer, because imagine like your entire livelihood depending on some like fucking corporation that might decide to destroy you overnight for no reason at all. It's just too risky for me. I'm a VTuber, yeah. Hey Leonte. A friend was applying for partner 100 euros and suddenly started getting 20-25. Yes, that's exactly. And right, if he like, I mean, if your friend was like a, you know, chill kind of streamer, who streamers like that are usually, you know, like lurker friendly. The streamers like this got the most destroyed. So yeah, it's like a common thing now. I actually have the opposite thing. There's a Hollow Knight speedrunner who's like at top of the top right now. His name is Nebula on Twitch, and naturally he started speedrunning Silk Song, and since he's like the best speedrunner, he gets insane amount of viewership, right? He was like 150 and now he's like 600 viewers. And he applied for partner and got denied because Twitch accused him of view botting. When in reality it's just, you know, kind of a coincidence of him being very good at the game and Silksong being very popular. So it's all like natural traffic, but Twitch can't even, you know, Twitch can't even properly assess if traffic is real or not. So yeah, I literally, I can't imagine like trying to be, you know, trying to kind of make a living out of streaming these days. Unless you're like, you know, like a politics commentator. Which is, you know, like super divisive content, so you always get a lot of comments in the chat. This streamers like this, they probably haven't really noticed anything because they have very active chats for obvious reasons. But everybody else got fucking destroyed. Anyway, so event FD. Else if, yes, if so we do event FD, and I guess we need to import POSIX. If FD -1, I guess that's the common error thingy. Would not start thread or no. Twitch is losing a lot of money for every chill under 50 streamer. Wouldn't be surprised if they were trying to get them off the platform. This might actually be true. Yes, this might actually be very true, Leonte. Like it's you know, I don't think they want to get everyone off, but they might want to really, like, you know, clear it out. And it's not even like under 50, because they don't really lose that much money if you stream to like 2 viewers, right? But I can imagine if you stream to like maybe like 20 people and you're not getting anything back, then yeah, maybe they might not like that. And for them, I guess if like 80% of streamers who stream for like 50 viewer leave, it might ease some load on them. But at this point, it means that you will, you know, if like 2 of those streamers could become like 1,000 viewer streamers, then they would probably lose money. So I don't know. It's kind of like generative AI destroying junior programmers. It's kind of like this situation, you know, when industry eats itself alive. right? How do you expect to get good programmers in 20 years if you like completely discourage like modern grads to learn programming because of generative AI? Or, you know, how do you expect to get good programmers if you don't hire any more juniors? Because like, AI, this might be the same situation. But it's also good in a sense that there are now competitors to Twitch. So at least this time around, you don't have a monopoly. You can just go stream on YouTube or on Kick, and both of these platforms, like, number for them go up. And number for Twitch kind of stagnating, so you know. Who knows? Who knows what's gonna happen? EVD. Let's call it EVD. Let's actually not call it EVD. Let's call it logging event FD. Or maybe logging trigger. Oh, EVD. Yeah, let's call it EVD. Because I think it's gonna be global for now, at least. Woo. I think it's a 64. So write is when you trigger it. And read is where you read it. Right, so here, when we log, so let's say you logged, and then you right. So what do you even do here? I guess we call context logger, right? And info would be current substring info. And string would be would not trigger your login. Actual, I don't know. Do you have a crash out? Nah, stream just barely started. And also, I still like a bit under the weather. So I don't know if I have an energy for a proper crash out, you know? YouTube has global infrastructure, but it is not capable of making a chat that isn't shit. Because it's not a priority for them. A proper chat would not make them revenue. What makes them revenue is AI slop. So naturally they are pushing for YouTube shorts with AI slop. Because this is what brings them billions. They don't care if that will destroy your children's souls. They only care about making billions of dollars. And by the way, you need to remember that every time when they're trying to push you into buying YouTube Premium. Like, Imagine paying money to a corporation that actively wants to destroy your brains. Who would do that? Could not, but like, I probably still want to somehow. I mean, I don't know. I don't think this is ever going to happen, to be honest. But anyway, so can I poll on it? I guess I can poll on it, right? On event FD. Surely I can just poll on it. For, I guess, while true. Poll FD and what do we do here? All FD, put 0 FD equals logging fd. And then we do poll. Easy clap. If result and can this even happen? Huh. I know, let's just log. Now we just read from it, right? Yeah, we just read on it. So read this is what U in 64, so it's U64. And then size of not U in 64. It's nice, nice copy paste, by the way. I know. Just do one. So do this if s not equal size of U64. Something is wrong. with reading event, logging event. Right. Otherwise, that's crazy soundtrack. I think I'm saying that for the 5th time already. So and now I guess I can deplete, right? Deplete logging key or something. So, and how would we approach depleting a logging queue? So let's, for now, just print. Depleting logging queue from thread number... Fuck. Context thread index, I think, yeah. What? Loss of information. Huh? Because this is S32. Mismatching levels of indirection. Yes, this is should be PFD. My bad. And PFD data. Am I right? Hell yeah, brother. My typing precision is insane today. So depleting logging from thread 111111111. Array bounds failed. The attempted index is 4. Oh shit! Because I am fucking logging the wrong thing. I mean, because I... Huh. Detect focus program log. Right, yeah, so, I did not expect that. So, it's because I create this thread as like the first one, I guess it gets the index 1, which means all other threads get bumped by 1. And now, when I initialize logging here, I create 4 builders. But then I'm trying to access them by the thread index. And it kinda like gets me fucked. So instead I need to manually set thread index somehow. Can I do it? Oh, Twitch dashboard crashed again, what? Are we good? And now I'm refreshing and getting Duolingo ad again. I pressed dismiss and don't show again on like Duolingo crap 3 times already. It just won't go away. Hey Python, hello, hello. Valley of Valley Go fame. Yeah, we are good. Nice. Well, I guess it's preview on my Twitch dashboard is just permanently stuck. Well, yeah, Python, hope you're doing all right. A plus R. Munich airport closed for second night in a row due to mystery drones. It do be like that. In the modern world, you never know when there's mystery drones above you. I got delay. Maybe it's you who has a delay. You who have a delay. So how do we access the correct one then? So can I set thread index manually? Oh yeah, if you're on the phone, then phones, I think they just have like default super delay, super big delay. Wait, but this doesn't make any sense to me. So you detect focused program. No. It's fine. Yeah. So this is the last thread. Ooh. I mean, I can hack it easily. I can just say if thread is more than 0 subtract 1 and it's gonna work. Because I know that logging thread is always #1. But how do I do it so for example, let's say I'm creating a logger module that supports like multi-threaded string builder, and then I want to, give it to the people. How do I provide it in a generic way that works not just for me? Ha. 14 seconds. Damn, that's so slow. This is a crazy track. I live next to you. Lives next to me, Monkas. No, I'm streaming to default servers that just whatever OBS thinks have the least amount of delay, I guess. Judging by the practice, it usually peaks either one in Germany somewhere. Sometimes it gets one in Finland, but it depends. Yeah, so yeah, I don't want to just subtract. So yeah, I don't want to just blindly subtract 1 from the thread index. There has to be a better way though. Somehow, so is there a way to somehow associate logging situation with the thread? I guess I can just add it to the context. So here when we init the log ring, No, I can't really do that though. Hey, Freaku Facts, hello. Shit looks scary? Nah, come on, it looks fine. There are not that many colors on the screen even. I've spiced it up a little bit, but, you know, it's not that scary. Hello, hello. We can... You know what we can do? So on each like writer position, we can do something like occupied. And then each thread, when it starts up, it can iterate over these and occupy a slot. And it can maybe do something like by thread index, and then, you know, we can do something like this. But this is kind of lame, because then it means that every time this logs, it should get the builder not by just index, but it has to like loop over these until it finds the new one, and this is introduces like ON without any reason. So there has to be a better way. Maybe I could set one on the context. I don't know. Yesterday I practiced Redux toolkit in React, and your mind exploded. I mean, I shit you not, Redux in React might actually be more complicated than this shit. Although maybe not, because this is multi-threading, and I tried to make it like lockless multi-threading, which is even worse. So maybe it's not easier, maybe it's not easier than React Redux. But React Redux is pretty stupid. It's like so complicated for no fucking reason. I am still in shock how people fell for it in like whatever, 2015 or so. I always just refused to use it because I thought it's stupid. And I actually thought it died a long time ago, but I guess you have to learn it because you have a job that has to work with some like old ass project that still uses it. I don't know. Anyway, my condolences. Yep, yeah, my condolences. Shit is pretty ridiculous. Multithreading is way more complicated. I've seen some crazy state management in React. Some insane state management in React. In fact, sometimes I had to deal with issues that, you know, lead to this kind of productivity where you like spend an entire day and your entire day like code output is like 20 lines of code. Just because of some weird ass state bug in React. Not proudest days usually, but it is what it is. So how do I do it? I can initialize each thread separately. I can just say, okay, if you want to use this module, at the top of each thread you need to initialize this shit for the thread. But it's pretty lame. I would rather just call this once in main Just, okay, I'm planning to use n threads. Initialize. Because I don't want to put crap on context without a reason. But maybe I have to. Right? We can just do something like add context. And how do you use add context? What the fuck? What's this? Line call backend? Fly make diagonal. What? The fuck was that? How do you use add context? It's just you literally just type field. So you can do something like Luger, I don't know, and you just add string builder link ring, something like this. And now instead of all of these, you just have one string builder and one write position per thread. And now you're required to initialize log ring on each thread you want to use it on. You can do this. And I guess maybe that's actually not that bad of an idea. So for now, let's do this. If TID over 0, TID minus equals 1. So this way we just, save us from the crash. Yeah. Depleting, and now attempted index is 20. Nice. What would you suggest if I wanna switch jobs? My advice might not be very relevant to you because, last time I was looking for a job myself was over 10 years ago. And I would assume since then the job market shifted a lot. But the way I would do it, so if I had to look for a job now, what would I do? I would just use one of my connections and ask if they have a job. So if you don't have any connections, that you can just, get a job from, I would suggest you to build those connections. Just, get to know people that might lead you to a job. Because doing it through fucking HRs on LinkedIn, it's probably just impossible. So yes, you just need to learn how to meet correct people. That would be my advice. I know it's not even technical, but it is what it is. In 2025, you don't get a job for being skilled. You get a job for knowing the right people. Hey Phoenix, I just rewritten something from Go plus Raylib to Odin and Raylib. Still screen flicker. On what operating system? And yeah, it's both. Hiring through LinkedIn sucks and applying through LinkedIn sucks. Because on the both ends, you get walled with AI crap, right? Like if you try to hire through LinkedIn, you get like thousands of applications. And all of them are AI generated. Like, over the last 5 years, I was working as a senior React and JavaScript engineers. I provided a great value to shareholders. I reduced load on 5% and I saved $3 billion through successfully applying AWS policies. My experience is vast throughout all of the stack. That is almost my resume. Yeah, you see? Maybe this should be my my business. Like, I will read your resume for money, and my rate will only be $3.99, you know. And I give guarantee that after my advice, you will get a job at an outsource web shop. And you will hate your life. Almost your resume. Yeah. Yeah, as I said, I haven't really applied for a job in a long time. So at this point in over 10 years. And usually when, you know, somebody approaches me and asks for my resume, I would just say, I don't have time for this. Like, you know, if you looked at my LinkedIn profile and you still have questions, then I just don't want to waste my time, right? But I was on the other spectrum where I like helped with hiring, and it's really hard. It's really hard. Yes, of course, because through connections you skip the most like annoying and useless step, right? Which is talking to HR. Because for most people, like let's assume that you are actually qualified to do the job you're applying for, right? Let's just assume that. So if you get to a step that assesses your skill, you pass it. And for majority people, right? For majority people, the most hard step is just to get noticed, to get your like letter through the door. And by knowing the right people, you skip the most like hard and annoying step, and move to the interesting part. You hired yourself. I mean, that's the best possible outcome, I guess. I apologize for yawning. I'm still not fully recovered. Let me. To do this is temporary, only works my program because I know that thread number 1 is login thread. Ah, I see. Oh, I thought you're just like, you know, you do like the wordplay, but I guess my answer still stands. It stands for different reason, but it still stands. Yes, hired for the company. Yeah. I totally know what you're talking about. I totally know what you're talking about. And like honestly, like these days, I wouldn't like help with hiring unless it was somebody I'm on a good terms with. You know, even for money, I probably wouldn't want to do that, because last few times I did it, it was just such a waste of time. It's just you sit in a Zoom call, and there's like a dude who just barely speaks any English at all, and anytime you try to ask like a technical question, you just see, you know, like this gaze that like moves on a separate screen, and then he starts like typing something furiously, and then he starts like answering with this ChatGPT ass fucking speak. I don't even know how to phrase it. You know what I mean? Yeah, he just starts speaking an LLMese. And you're like, dude, I know exactly what you're doing. Like, can you just speak normal? And so, yeah. And the issue, so the issue is that a lot of recent times when I helped with, like the company that wanted to use me for hiring, they wanted people with particular set of skills. So it's not just, you know, oh, I want to hire like a good programmer. It's like, I want to hire a dude who knows how to do React because I need to put him on a legacy project so he starts like, you know, putting like React slope like fucking tomorrow. And so this puts you in a situation where the interview is just doomed. Because you can't assess if a dude is a good programmer. You start asking React specific questions, and of course those are very easy to answer with LLM. So yeah, these days, like, unless somebody who asks me is someone like I know and I'm on a good terms with, I'm not gonna even fucking bother. Unless, you know, unless they offer like crazy amount of money, which of course they don't. They usually just, you know, hire. The way it usually works is that outsource company wants to hire someone and they don't have a means to assess technical skills themselves. So they hire like a senior like web programmer just for the interview. And right, so, and they would just pay you your like normal rate. The assumption that devs can be just plugged into I mean, sometimes, yeah, if it's very typical web shop that just churns through sites, it can happen. Or if it's like a WordPress shop, you know, where everything is black boxed, all the plugins are not customized, then you can just find a WordPress programmer and just throw him into the project. But it's rare. It's only situations like these. Yeah, if you're talking about any project that does something interesting, this just won't be the case. Yeah, you will always have. You can maybe have a day one contribution, but day one contribution usually will be like a fixed test, you know, or maybe some very simple bug fix, or maybe like a README fix, you know, like something outdated, or maybe like fixed build on like one of the platforms. But you will never get a sizable contribution in the first couple days. If we're talking about project that does something interesting, you will always need at least like a couple days of onboarding. You probably meant expect, not accept, but yeah, I totally see what you're talking about. Well. Expect. Yeah, that's like totally reasonable. Yeah, right, so the idea is every time I log, I bump current substring by 1. And what I need to do is I need to circle around. But this is the one thing, right? Just circling logs around. What I need to do on the other side is I need to start actually accepting that. And the way I would do it is, so we have a log ring which is global, and I need to start with the same thing. I need to get WP, which is a right position. So this is like position that tracks where exactly in the string builder you write stuff. So current substring is just an index. Current builder length is how much space is occupied in the string builder. And substrings is the new addition I've added to the string builder. It's this metadata. It's which buffer in the builder, at which offset, and how much characters. And so the idea is that in that thread, I will iterate over all builder substrings. I will print these substrings, and then I will like unoccupy those. And then every time the thread wants to log again, it would look at substrings from the start and it would check which of those are unoccupied and how much it can write into these. So yeah, that's basically my idea. Epilepsy simulator, screen flicker. Yeah, I assume if it's a screen flicker, then it's not something platform related, right? Because I mean, it's not fucking X11 where you need a full ass like compositor protocol implementation to prevent screen flickering. So yeah, good luck to you. Somehow the company hired me, expect me to switch my entire tech stack. I mean, it's fine. It means that you pass the vibe check, right? So they view you as a decent programmer and they kind of trust in you. Right, so actually I'm seeing like a problem here, a potential problem here. And the problem is that when I log, no, not here, here. Wait. So, and the problem is when I log, I don't just get either because I have unstable frame rate or clear. I mean, if it goes from your frame buffer to like white or to full black, then yeah, maybe it's because you clear. I had similar situation on X11, but I couldn't control it. It's just because when you resize, it clears the background before bleaching your image, and it's just nothing you can do about. There is like sync protocol that lets you sync the frame, so basically like do vsync proper one, but whether it works or not depends on if the desktop environment implements it. And unfortunately on X-Wayland I think only KDE does implement it, so you're just cooked. You can't even test it properly without installing KDE. Yeah, well, it wasn't my case, right? So I don't know what's about you. And it's not like proper vsync, it's X11 specific thing that kind of just like semantically kind of like vsync. So yeah, here's the problem with this implementation is that first I'm getting the current substring, and I might just expect current substring to wrap around, but then if it wraps around, it needs to resize, because here it gets the length of the string builder. This is how much stuff is already printed in the builder. And so as soon as I wrap for the first time, this becomes invalid. Because this has to also account not for the length, but for length minus the substring that is not counted anymore, which kind of sucks. I can simplify it by actually no, it will complicate things another way. Yeah, this is kind of annoying because I occupy a bunch of substrings, and then on the next like goal, when I have to wrap and start from scratch, first I need to check if this thing is occupied, and then if this if by rewriting its count I don't step on something else. And this is where, like in the normal scenario, you would introduce some kind of atomic reads and writes, but the whole idea here is that we just assume that the receiving thread is fast enough to deplete it before we log, because this is kind of its entire job is just to log stuff, just like deplete stuff and put it into like different arrays or so. So yeah. Hey Smate, hello. Boom, bam, boom, boom, bam. Right, so we can do this and then we just iterate. Whoa. And then we just iterate over substrings. Actually, you know what? The way we might ease it a little bit is by iterating in reverse. If I iterate in reverse, I can subtract. Excuse me. I can subtract occupied length. No. Actually, this will just introduce even more race conditions. Yeah, let's just try to write something and see how far we go before I have to try something else. So we get right position, and then I just for WP substrings, and it's gonna be, I think I can't iterate over pointers, right? Can I? Or I guess I can. I should be able to. Like substrings. And then let's just print for now and see what it contains. How do I start to... id, what? Ah, it's context thread id, yeah. Thread index, and then if key the 0, we just do same logic here, and yeah. Yeah, so a bunch of these. And we do if occupied. So if it occupied, let's just do this. Yeah, that's a lot of occupied, huh? Why are they shouldn't all be occupied? Hmm. That's weird. Let me print. Huh. Interesting. That's a lot of crap logged in from the main thread. And then there's like minus, so something is negative. So we have a buffer. Offset is 0. And then negative count? What the fuck is this? And why is occupied set to true? I know, I think I know why. I think because I fucked myself in the asshole when I did this. Yeah. No? No, it didn't actually change that much. How did it happen? There shouldn't be this much logs going on at all. A bunch of info and then occupied equals true. Huh. Maybe I could just like log, stuff. So maybe let's just print builder to string and do just like, let's see what we're in. Oh, builder. One, two, three, four. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Then this. Ah, okay. I know what's going on. Yeah, I know what's going on. So the issue here is that yeah, the issue here is that every time I log something, I iterate over them, and here I need to put on like it's occupied. I need to actually drop the occupied flag, right? So something like this. Yeah, now it's small. Now it's less than that. Depleting. I need to set it to Q. So this is a pointer. Do I need to like dereference it to put it like that? No. Type bool, but this is not the what? Is this a pointer? Wait, this should be iterating over pointers. Oh, is this like automatically dereferenced? Do I put it like this? Yeah, I guess so, I guess this shouldn't matter because this is already a pointer. So when I do it like that, it gets auto dereferenced. So we're all good here. But why are we not setting it back to false then? Because if it's occupied, we're like supposed to set it to false. So we are logging a bunch of crap here. Also, what is this? Why are they negative? Why is there's like -1 count? This is weird. So. Get the substring. We set the buffer. We set the buffer offset, which is the current count. But I guess maybe sometimes the current count is -1. Ah, no, we set the count here. Oh. So it must be this one. Current length and no, this is all good. There are no negatives, but for some reason these are just not set. What's going on here? Huh. What in the actual fuck? It's supposed to get set, right? Because buffer and offset, they do get set. Well, offset doesn't get set as well. Look at that. Current builder. So this should be mutable because I'm getting it like by pointer. I guess let me debug this motherfucker. Let's go to log. Maybe I don't understand something. So I want to debug this thing in particular, right? So let's say I launch you, right? TID, which is TID this? 1, right? So we get the fuck is this? Huh? Bro. What are these What are these breakpoints, man? The fuck? Bro, I fucking... this just... Sometimes this happens. For some reason, GDB just breaks. Or maybe it's like, maybe it's not GDB, maybe, you know, it's like Visual Studio, like GDB integration, Visual Studio Code GDB integration. And it just invents breakpoints that I don't set myself. And it just does random shit. Like, what is this? Why does it go into the current get current buffer? I didn't do this shit. Like, what's that? Why am I in loading procs? Why am I here? I did not set... Can I please? Yeah, I don't know. All right, so we get current buffer, which is, yeah, we get current offset. So buffer offset is 0. Now we get the writer position, which is some kind of an address. Yeah. And we get the current substring. Oh, can I? Yeah, move it out of the way. Get the current substring. What the it's because it goes here from like multiple threads. So let me drop down here so we, like that. And thread ID is 0. I guess I need to put the breakpoint somewhere like here. So this thing gets, yeah, this thing gets modified. And current substring, so the buffer offset keeps being 0 because, what? Why is this 0? But current buffer count is 28. What the fuck? How is this possible? Am I not getting something? Hey Dunka, hello, hello. Welcome. What the fuck is going on? Huh? So how is this 28, but this is 0? Да, немножко. Не прям умираю, но так это, да, немножко есть. Да, спасибо. Как обычно, блядь, дочь принесла какую-то хуйню из садика. Так бывает. Yeah, this is insane. Why is this 0? I don't understand something, I guess. So, which thread is this? 1. Hmm. Okay, this is like where I'm about to crash out. Something like either debugger is lying to me or there's some weird shit going on. How is this shit? How is this thing can be like oh, you know what actually? Maybe it becomes 24 like after this. So it gets modified somewhere here. Let's hear the crash out. So it might get modified somewhere here. Why are you searching YouTube's for crash outs? But if you want like quality crash outs, you need to get into NixOS. These guys have like daily crash outs of a galactical fucking scale. Hey, Peak, they ran out of Nazis to fight with, so now they're fighting with each other. It's not PC. What is it? Is it a Mac? Sorry, brain fog. Goblet. So yeah, buffer count 0. Yeah. So I guess it just gets it gets modified here when I print to builder. Yeah, it's insane. NixOS drama is peak unemployed content. Like peak of the unemployed content. If only I were unemployed right now, I would be so happy. Wait, how is this connected or related? I mean, yeah, I mean you're complaining that they not doing their job. Uh, how is this? Okay, so something is going on that I don't understand. So there's thread ID, and we get the string builder. Oh shit. Oh shit. Is this because I need to get a pointer to it? Because equals 2 is memcpy. So I effectively copied the builder. Is this why? Is this the issue? Get current. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was the issue. Fuck me. Yeah, I just... So in Jai, this assignment is effectively a mem copy. So what I was doing is I didn't get the builder that I pre-allocated here. I mem copied the builder and I provided the builder that is on a fucking stack there. So by the time we get here, the address was fucking cooked. And I'm very happy that Twitch nuked the viewership and my stream is not higher up, because I bet you my butthole that there would be some Rust programmer in my chat right now who would just, Rust fixes this. Rust wouldn't let you do that. Rust would have told you that, hey, bitch, this is a pointer on the stack. uh, yeah. And it means that I can return back to not initialize this. Pulse and current substring. Can do this. Actually, yep. Yeah. We're good. We're good now. Unless this actually should get set to false. I don't know, we're fine. Yeah, this is good because we don't wrap. We are crashing inside of the lock. We are not crashing here. Yeah. So, what's going on the internet? Is that here we are getting the substring and now we need an ability to print from builder to string from the substring. And this means we actually need to implement new routine. So if we go builder to string, yeah, this guy, we need to re-implement this guy, but in a way where it prints where it doesn't deplete the entire builder, but we need an ability to print from the substring. So let me just copy all of that here. And it's gonna be build to substring. And it accepts the pointer to a string builder. This motherfucker we don't need. And do reset we also don't need. But it will also accept a substring, and it's gonna be like a builder substring, yeah. Maybe a pointer to builder substring, and it will return string. This is correct. We will remove the comment. If not builder initialized, we will remove this because builder will always be initialized. Now, count. Dirk Count, a very famous football player from Netherlands. So builder string length, not quite this. So count should be substring that count. Count. Right? Yeah, count. So if not count, return this motherfucker. Then we do that. And should string be actually be allocated? I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. So let's for now allocate it. allocate where. Now result count like that, then data like that, buffer. So this does not get base buffer. This actually gets a substring that buffer. And now while buffer. So you get mem copy to data from. So get buffer data. It just literally gets the beginning. So get buffer data plus substring offset. And not buffer count. So this should account for situations where the string might potentially, get split across buffers. So it needs to do something like this, but also do that. So it needs to be like while buffer and some math on the count. We will never reset the builder because I actually want to keep stuff around. I would want to do like substring occupied equals false. False. So this is kind of my reset, my way of resetting stuff. So, and this should be a little bit more intelligent. So the way I want to do this, instead of copying the count, I need to actually calculate it. So to copy, let's say it is count. So this count from the substring. And then we do if count more than buffer count minus substring offset. So this checks, right, if the buffer has less bytes allocated than we want to copy from the offset, which means that the substring spans two buffers. Then we need to copy equals to, we need like a difference, right? So count minus, no, to copy equals buffer that count minus substring offset. So this is gonna be what we need to copy. But then we need to like it has to be outside, I guess. If count more than buffer count minus substring offset, then we'll do this, buffer that count minus substring offset. Yep. And we have like a remaining chunk. So then we mem copy data, we get this and how much to copy, then we do data plus equals to copy, and then we do buffer next. Then we do this, Whoop. No, let's do remainder equals count if count more than this, then we do toCopy equals and memcpy data plus copy, and then remainder equals to count minus toCopy, right? Do something like this. And I guess we do that as well. So kind of using two of them. Like my brain can't think about a more clever way to do it right now, right? So I get to copy, at the end I do remainder minus, and we do while buffer and remainder. I'm sure there's like at least 5 different off by 1 errors here. Right. Again, if count, if remainder, yeah, if remainder more than buffer toCopy equals blah, 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 remainder minus. So then we again check this. Oh, so this can't be substring that offset. Hey, Sushi, yeah, we're getting progress. We are now occupying substrings from the log, and now I'm trying to make a logic that like depletes, you know, depletes the log. So let me think, let me think about it. 1 second, I'm gonna blow my nose. Yeah, you know, I'm streaming for 2 hours. Let me make a small bathroom break and like blow my nose and stuff like that. I'll be right back. Let me just put on some crazy music for you. Well, maybe not that crazy, just like some Oblivion ambience. Yeah, I'll be right back. Wow, exposing me like that. Ay, ay, ay. Did I miss anything of importance? Don't think I did. Wait, there was, yeah. Hell yeah, I'm in a PS1 music mood today. This is a stream with boomer vibes. So if you are under 30, then yeah, my condolences. Yo, Alex, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream, guys. Guys, quick, follow him. He's doing some crazy 3D game dev from scratch in C++ with like hot chicks and lasers and stuff. Yeah, hot chicks and lasers and stuff. Yeah. Of course, yeah. I am very depressed by modern game dev, unless it's like Eastern European or Asian. I'm not even joking. Like I'm looking at another UA like 5 like slop with purple colors, and I'm like just Resident Sleeper. So yeah. So unless it's some like Australian crazy ass game dev about bugs or drug dealing or something like Slavic, I don't even fucking care, you know. I don't know. Old school C++, yeah. Like you gotta give it to C++ committee, right? They're introducing a lot of stuff, but at least they don't enforce it upon you. I think as long as this is the case, C++ will become very, very relevant. Yeah, it's like if you opt in for Rust, like you're in, like you're locked, you can't like opt out of stuff. You can't opt out of borrow checker unless you do some very specific tricks. For example, a lot of like ECS implementations in Rust, they use array indices, right, for things, which effectively disables borrow checker. Because you don't have like a reliable way to check for indices, right? But at this point, why use Rust? I don't know. I read a bunch of people on Twitter who write like who are pretty up to date on C++. So people definitely upgrade C++ versions. At least in like commercial world, you know, like in commercial enterprise world. In game dev, yeah, maybe, you know, if you start like a game dev in C++ like 11, you probably keep it at that. But in enterprise with like rolling release, people definitely chase it. I know a guy like personally who I hang out with who is working on a project where they went like C++ 14, then C++ 17, and now they're trying to like get some 23 or 26 even features. I don't know. So people definitely chase that high, you know. But if you're talking about game dev, then yeah, maybe you're right. Anyway. Where were we? Yeah, I wanted to copy a substring from the builder, and so we have some kind of a remainder that I need to copy. And if this remainder is over the buffer count minus substring offset, which means that the substrings goes beyond the bound of a buffer, I need to copy only this chunk. So buffer count minus this. And then I copy that. Then I advance the pointer on the data. Then I advance the buffer. And then I subtract the remainder. And then this, instead of doing substring offset, yeah, you know what I do? So I have count and offset. I need to get it here. Substring offset. And then here I'm actually using offset. Substring offset. Also offset. Because here offset might not be 0. And as a matter of fact, for the majority of substrings, it's not gonna be 0. But then at the end, I do buffer remainder, and then I do offset equals 0. Yeah. I think. So I think that's what we do. After this, I set occupied to false and return result. And I think that's it. Let's try to do it. Substring. And did I get the builder here? No, so builder equals log ring builder std, and then we do builder. And then let's try to print it. Substring. Let's see if it doesn't, well, it doesn't compile. Builder to substring, not enough arguments. Oh yeah, of course, and it naturally. Wait, what? Not here, here. You fucking idiot. Substring prof. Oh, holy shit, look at this. Found profile. Profile parsed successfully. Found. Did I just first try that? Huh? What in the actual fuck? That's insane! It actually works! 7, 8, 11... And this is until I wrap around, but I'm not wrapping. What the fuck? I'm so shocked that it just worked. I am absolutely in shock. I am in disbelief. I don't trust it. Like, I literally don't trust the fact that it worked. Now I'm like thinking about ways how to test it in a way where I kind of, and you know, this is multi-thread. So the issue is that it's multi-threaded. So you can't just step into with debugger and see, because debugger kind of removes all of the multi-threaded race conditions, right? And you also can't print, right? Because actually every time you print to the console, you know what you do? You synchronize it. Because std out is synchronized by the kernel itself. Insane Emacs, look at this. When I scroll this view, on the right side, the cursor flickers. Do you see it? I'm scrolling the left view, and on the right, the cursor flickers. Insane text editor. The fuck? I think I think the only way for me to know for sure that it works, actually this might be evil mode bug. So if I switch this to Emacs mode, yeah, you see, it doesn't, it's not doing this anymore. So it's a Vim plugin for Emacs. Yeah, and now you see it, now it's jerking off again. Scissoring drops. Oh, and you just see like shit on top of each other. Like getting drawn on top of each other. Like text getting out of bounds and shit, right? That's funny. This kind of reminds me that I want to move the UI of this program to a CPU rendering. Because actually, the more I think about it, the more I realize that, you know, it's just some very simple 2D interface. I don't really need OpenGL to draw it. And there are strategies for CPU-based like 2D rendering that are very efficient of preserving the cycle, you know, where you like subdivide your UI to quads and you kind of go over quads and you decide what you need to re-render from the previous frame. And in this case, you can be like super efficient, which probably is gonna be even more like energy and CPU efficient than like accelerated UIs. And the reason being is that I don't really trust OpenGL drivers on Linux. Search build panes will draw over things it shouldn't, or it'll scissor to 0 not rendered pane. Yeah, I see. I actually never encountered that in Focus, but yeah, it might be some fucking driver shenanigans. Yeah, so either I need to implement like its driver stuff for sure, yeah. No, I didn't. I actually haven't even read about it. Haven't read about it. And it would have to be profiled, I guess. But I vaguely remember that somebody in secret beta dropped a CPU backend for simp. So maybe if I dig it up, I might just, you know, set up something up and quickly just to profile stuff and see how fast it is. Or we might get nerd sniped and go on an adventure to implement our own 2D like renderer. Wait, what? People underestimate the CPU cost of building the GPU buffers? It makes software rendering almost on par for scenes without 3D texture perspective mapping. Oh, yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah. You mean like when you compose like vertex buffer, like you do all the math and like simulation before you send the shit to the GPU. Like the sole fact that you need to do that on CPU will kind of amortize the cost of CPU rendering, right? Is that what you mean? So that yeah. I see what you mean. So what people are doing to deal with it? Do they just move to like compute shaders, so you don't do it on CPU like at all? That's what I do now. What do you mean? You move calculations to compute shaders? You build texture atlas and pass in an atlas ID plus position plus scale and compute yeah, I see. Makes sense, because I read few like high performance GPU people on Twitter, and yeah, they basically constantly tweet about they constantly tweet about how they went into like CPU, like C++ projects, and like rewrote it to CMD plus compute shaders, and now they process like 30 like trillion billion million like vertices per like nanosecond on a potato, and like everybody else are little bitches who, you know, like push web slop. This is just simplifying. Garillion, yeah, I think. Gigawatt. That's the gist of their tweets. It's basically shilling on compute shaders. So yeah, what you're saying is that CPU rendering might be even cheaper than we think, just because there is no overhead of passing the data to GPU. Or not really passing the data, but computing the data in a format that is GPU friendly. It'd be nicer if you can build a scheme to cache the vertex buffers, but it's so complex, and I'd rather just build a software rendering that has dirty... Yeah, exactly. And so I was either listening to someone talking about it, or maybe reading some discussion in the Handmade Network, and it's basically dirty regions on CPU is super trivial. You just kind of pick how big the region is, and you just kind of know if it's dirty or not. But on GPU it's kind of different, right? Because you don't think in terms of like quads, you think in terms of... Yeah, but on GPU you don't think in terms of like regions or quads. On GPU you think in terms of like vertices. And how do you map vertices to like layout? Because am I right to think that pretty much all like GUI systems, I don't know, like IM GUI, they kind of erase this information when they produce vertex buffer. Because on GPU, on GPU you kind of lose the semantic connection between the vertex and the widget it belongs to, right? And so you need to either somehow maintain this connection, or you need to you know, you need to like produce vertex buffer once, and then instead of producing the same vertex buffer, you need to produce like a little buffer and like somewhat like UV coordinates that you need to apply it to. Is this how you would do it on GPU? Like for GPU? I mean, because obviously retained mode UIs do this, right? So if I were to use Qt, it would definitely do like dirty regions on GPU. And I mean, ImGUI is just an API. It's not something that would prevent you from doing this optimization inherently. You have to draw every single quad that it would overlap. But I mean, surely... So, okay, like, keep things simple, right? But if you don't want to keep things simple, you know, if under the hood, you want to produce, like, an optimized vertex buffer for, like, optimal re-rendering, like dirty regions, you know, like damage, huyamage, and all that stuff. Surely, like, even if you do layout fully, like, from scratch, surely there's a way to associate somehow, like, widgets with vertices and produce the same thing as CPU-based, like, dirty regions. Like, what in the GPU-accelerated way makes it inherently harder? I'm asking this genuinely because I don't know. I don't know anything about graphics programming. If you never have floating panes, I actually do have floating panes. But yeah, I see. So, but you can definitely think about like caching those, right? So you like cache. So you probably can't cache that on GPU, right? Because on GPU, okay, because you can cache vertex buffer on CPU. Right, so you can maybe cache vertex buffer on CPU, but there's also fragment shader, right, and texture stuff that you need to manage on GPU because they go kind of independently, right? So you need to keep those around. And in the CPU case, you would just cache like pre-baked pixels for a widget, and when you're done with the drop down, you can just kind of pull that from a cache without doing any layouting. Or if you did layout and you detected that you can reuse the cache, you can just pull those back. Yeah, if that's the case, if you know you have to deal with like textures and fragment stuff, and you need to keep those around and some. So essentially like caching stuff on GPU to you know not re-render multiple times is harder because it works like in stages. So you need to cache stuff across stages, and then you need to like reassemble those. That's why, right? While on the CPU, you don't have this issue. On the CPU, you literally just produce the pixels and you can store those pixels. Unless UI gets resized, only then you kind of fully redo it. This makes sense to me. Like it makes sense to me why it's harder to do. What else am I printing here? A lot of bookkeeping, yeah. Yeah. That totally makes sense to me. And I guess the overhead of not doing it on GPU is less than not doing it on CPU. You don't want your GPU to be spinning at 5% usage just to render a spinning icon or progress bar. Yeah. This is actually what happens in modern, like, GPU accelerated terminal emulators. Because you have like a terminal emulator and somebody outputs like a progress bar and you see GPU usage spiking. That's actually very real. And if it happened on CPU, you would know, like, okay, we have a progress bar here. You have like what, 3 like 5x5 quads, and you know, okay, it happens in this quad, so we will like rebleed this one, and you only need to rebleed rebleed. That's funny, like 100 by 100 pixels. So yeah, GG, let's go. The more I think about it, the more I like the idea of software rendering backend. Unless Wayland becomes a party pooper, it's gonna be super good. Just the idea of not having to load OpenGL on Linux. Everybody raged against repaint regions. Well, we will bring them back the same way we're bringing back PS1 era music. One Twitch viewer at the time. Now that OpenGL emulations is degrading, I can't trust it anymore. Yeah, because nobody, well, it's not nobody, but a lot of people don't do OpenGL directly. They would emulate it, right? They would emulate it either through Vulkan or through like DirectX. So there is like an additional emulation overhead. And so we have two ways. We need to either implement Vulkan backend for our 2D renderer, or we need to implement software backend for our 2D renderer. Which do I like more? Do I trust Vulkan drivers on Linux more, or do I trust, you know, good old like circle drawing algorithms? I don't even know, man. Why can't we have nice things? Yeah. When my program's RAM usage, I mean, man, somebody gotta store those frame buffers, you know, that you need to present. And also somebody gotta store the command buffers. They're not gonna store themselves. Man. What are you talking about? Right. Don't you like when your simple 2D program starts and it has to iterate over all of your GPUs and their capabilities? I've been trying, hey Alman, I've been trying to make a Vulkan backend for my 2D renderer, and software rendering sounds really good right now. Hell yeah, brother, hell yeah. You see, Leonte, one Twitch viewer at a time. We are all young, we don't remember the rage during Windows 3.1 era, so we can dive right into it without any fear. That's insane set of emotes, and it's from Kuju channel. Oh, I feel like my nose is stuffed again. This is gonna be a very fun night. My least favorite thing about getting sick, even when you're like sick a little bit, it's when your nose just stops breathing. Yeah, Ilionta, but you know also what? We don't have to be super precise about it, because now CPUs are fucking insane, so you can be a little more lenient about it. You know, if you get like a one extra widget to repaint, it's not a big deal. You know what I mean? It's kind of like CGI frameworks. Right, like back in the day, you had to do like CGI in C because every interpreted language was too slow. But now, if you use Ruby on Rails for your web project, yeah, every time you open like Ruby on Rails website, you can feel it. You know, you can definitely feel it. You can feel like half a second delay on every click, but like it's fine, it's usable. Ilionta, are you like one of those people who enjoyed the OpenGL saga? Then I can understand. We are competing with JavaScript. Actually, like JavaScript can be very fast. On certain workloads, JavaScript can be very fucking fast. But only because there are billions of dollars behind optimizing JavaScript engines. Doesn't mean we can be faster. It's just because we have way more leniency since we're using native technology. But yeah, I am yapping a lot because I took this W that I did not expect and it made me too excited. How will you manage software rendering in 4K? I'm not gonna software render in 4K. I'm gonna software render in like, what is this, like 800 by 600. This is how I'm gonna software render. If I'm gonna software render, this is how I'm gonna do it. Yeah, I am not planning to do full screen. Yeah, everybody's gangsta. Yes, but I don't need more. That's why I'm thinking about software rendering it. You know what we can also do? We can do an Apple trick. You know what Apple does? So the way a lot of programs on Apple works is that they actually store like a screenshot of like a starting screen of the program. And so when you run the program, at first they don't calculate the UI, they literally just bleed this cached screenshot, while in the background they calculate an actual UI. And then they like swap the screenshot with the UI when it's ready. And you get this illusion of an instant launch. Because you know, when I do this, when I launch my program, you can see how it kind of launches to the black screen before UI is ready. You see? Black into UI. And so instead of doing that, I can literally like calculate. I can bleed the cached screenshot into new UI. Yeah, okay, it's not gonna be 800 by 600. It's gotta be like 1600 by 1200. Like, who cares? I mean, I'm a fucking web monkey. I'm not gonna do AVX software renderer, right? I might use it as an opportunity to learn SIMD, but I mean, let's be honest. You're probably not gonna see software rendering to the engine with like AVX from me. I would really love to do this, but I just don't have this much time. If only I were unemployed, I would like learn this shit for 8 hours a day. But I have to push WebSlop for money. I can't spend this much time. Library with simple interfaces, that's nice. So maybe I can use your AVX library to build my stuff. Yeah. You know, like a year ago, well, a bit over a year ago, I had like a period when I was unemployed for for 3 months, and that's what I was doing. I was just doing shit like that for 8 hours a day, and then watch TV shows, play video games. Wait a second. I need to answer to I need to answer to a message. Neon version. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, so they're really working on I guess Switch support, Switch 2 support for Jai. And I think Switch 2 is ARM, so maybe we will get that soon. So maybe it's not that far away. Okay, I've answered. We can continue. I am sorry for the distraction. I know I'm not professional streamer. You shouldn't get distracted for IRL messages when you stream. It's not... Twitch doesn't like that. Oh, no. I mean not just ARM64 support. I mean like inline assembly for ARM. Because as far as I know, you can't write inline assembly for that. You can compile and use ARM64 as a target, but you can't like write SIMD in it and stuff. Unless I live under a rock and somehow it went past me. Where am I printing that? Oh, there you go. Let's reduce viewership. Twitch did that already. Excuse me. I need to drink water. Streamer is dying, and actually I can't do that because dying on stream is apparently against TOS. Who would have thought? Only yeah, with bytes. I mean, nobody will do that, right? Imagine some fucking madman like drops a Neon CMD library that he implemented entirely with bytes. That would be like fucking batshit crazy and some insane level of degeneracy. Admirable. So yeah, that's a bit different, right? That's a bit different because like 3DS is 32 bits, and I think he got like cog blocked at some point and had to give up on it. He was having like some progress up to a point where he couldn't do it anymore. And I mean, most likely 32-bit support for Jai. I think it's not gonna happen. It's definitely something that's like either super low priority or maybe just no fix at this point. And as sad as it is, I totally understand why. So yeah, let's maybe try. Yeah, same. Exactly the same. Same for me. Let's try to wrap around here. Right, so shit gets logged, right? Shit gets depleted. And I want to current substring +1, and then let's say if current substring more than substrings count, or yes, more than equal to. This is like very brain dead, but we just do this. And I think this should technically prevent us from... Yeah. So now we're not crashing anymore. Oh, what? You see, depleting doesn't do anything. Yeah, so depleting doesn't do anything, you see, because we're not Why, actually? Oh, right, because we don't reset length. So whatever we do, the string count becomes 0, so we just don't subprint it. And I think what I'm doing now is I'm just infinitely leaking memory. I'm pretty sure. Whee! Like, I'm pretty sure this just infinitely leaks memory now. Let's check by mem. Actually, I'm running a bunch of web slop in Docker containers. So it will be a while before Hitboxer even like appears here. Right, so oh, why is this thread 1? Like, logging keys should not be thread 1. This might be a bug, by the way. Any hitboxers here? So it eats 172 megabytes of RAM. Actually, we're not leaking. It's like I'm trying to do like stuff with it. Oh, look at this. And now we're mapping something. We actually print something. Here. Where are other threads? Why is there only one? You know what? I'm an idiot. Guys, I'm an idiot. When I'm depleting, I'm using the thread index of the thread that is logging. It shouldn't do this. It should it should use the thread whatever that did this. Guys, it doesn't work like this. What actually works, no, not here. Here, instead of doing this, let's actually get thread ID here, and we're gonna write it here. So value here is gonna be thread ID, and we're gonna write it. And now what did I do? I closed Emacs. Fuck. Yeah. Where is my log? Depleting from not context thread ID, but rather TID, like that. Oops. Compile projects socked hit boxing. Yeah, look at this now. 2, 3, yeah. And now when I press, look at this. We're logging key presses. That's insane. The fact that it works is just insane. Wait a second. So D, no symbol. Yeah. So thread 2, thread 3. Look at this. We're logging from multiple threads. That's insane. The fact that it works at all is fucking crazy. Wait a second. 1 second. Yeah, so we are logging, and thread 3 is doing that, and then thread... Oh. Huh. This actually not get logged. So this is not this doesn't get logged here. Why? This song is crazy. Some like fucking fusion. Let's move on to something else. Hell yeah. So why are we not logging? Equals TID and yeah. We are not logging it properly. Right, so for some reason we lose the thread number 1. right? Alright, where is it? Oh, oh no, no, no! Emacs got stuck. I pressed scroll in the compile buffer and Emacs gets cooked. Look at this. Emacs spikes the CPU on 100%. Look at this. Fucking Emacs. Look at this. So this happened because I highlighted a bit of text, and I have like unlockable scroll wheel, and then I scrolled with unlockable scroll wheel, and Emacs has very, very poorly implemented scrolling. So now it chugs on processing like hundreds of scroll events together with screen with line highlighting. And Emacs just doesn't like it. Look at this. So now I will either wait. I have to either wait until Emacs chugs through that, which can take I don't know how much time, because you know Emacs is also a single threaded editor, right? Or I just do this. Oh, not this. It's like F9. Look at this. Fucking yikes, man. And I can't even kill it, you see? Oh, I can, like, second try. Easy clap. Switch to Helix. I mean, Helix is a terminal editor. And honestly, I like my text editor like I like my Cancer, non-terminal. So Helix is not happening until it gets UI, like proper UI. I would definitely like a text editor, like UI text editor with control scheme, like in Cocoon or Helix. I unironically believe that it's better than Vim control scheme, even though I'm used to Vim 1. And Emacs has Meow mode, which kind of lets you implement something similar to Helix and Cocoon. But it's like, it's not worth the overhead for me to switch. Compile. Okay. So why don't we... Oh, memory debugging error. We somehow got an allocation. Insane. What the fuck is this? Is this normal? Oh. Huh. Yeah, I mean, this is probably just some race condition that I'm not tracking properly. Like, who cares? Yeah, you see, we're not logging from the UI thread, from the main thread. A lot of people making their own editor. Maybe I should do my, you know, like modal text editor as well. Like, I could fork Focus and add modal editor there, but it's like, you know, Focus is not really built for this purpose. And then it means that I need to, like, maintain it, so to you know, maintain it against the upstream, and I don't like to maintaining forks against mainstream, one of my least favorite things about open source. I wanted to do like an experiment where, you know, an experiment that like Emacs like text editor in Jai that you like configure with Jai as well. You know, like in Emacs you write Lisp to configure it. It just lets you do like arbitrary code execution, and then you can like just write Lisp at runtime. I want to experiment with something like this, but using Jai, if it's like possible at all. Implementing my piece table with RB trees. RB, I assume red, black, right? Yo, Chickbot. Yeah, I know about Focus Editor, of course. Of course I know about it. Yes, it is in Jai. I actually even contributed to it. If you go on GitHub, you can find my name in contributors. Right? Wait, let me find myself. Bro. Where is it? Here it is. Alright, so if we go here, you see my name here. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm still in top 10 contributors of Focus. Insane. And if we go here, Ilionte, insane productivity. And then I am like, I mean, it's, you know, it's not like one commit with some documentation, you know, typo fixes. But I mean, like, compared to other contributors, it's not much. And Nick, I think, was responsible for macOS stuff. Ilionte is like the main Linux dude in the past, and this is like Obi-Wanus. I know why he's not committing under his own name, maybe because his own name, you know, he does some NDA related shit and he doesn't want to, you know, he doesn't want to be like associated between accounts, but yeah. And my commits in Focus are all like, you know, Linux time. Windows compile. I say all my commits about Linux, but yeah, I guess I did something for Windows as well. What's that? This is just some compile on US beta stuff. Yeah, this is for Linux. This is for Linux. This is for Linux. So yeah, most of that is Linux. I know some penguin dude. I've heard he's retired, but I don't know. Maybe he'll come around. Let me print this val here, because I don't think so val 0003, right? And we, for some reason, we just don't get 0 there. Oh shit. He's fed up with big editor drama. Have you seen Linus Torvalds stirring up editor drama again? Because he's mad about Rust formatting? Oh no, not an ad! Wait. Ah, shit. Apparently FFZ died on me. Yeah, edge. There you go. uh, somebody submitted a patch, like Rust-related patch to kernel, and it was like formatted in some weird way, and Linus crashed out about like Rust FMT being dogshit, something like that. Right, so why don't we get events from thread 0? I wonder. Right, so we're logging a bunch of zeros, but we don't go here. That's like weird. Is this because initial was 0? But that doesn't make much sense. Do I not understand something about event FD? Well, let me change the OST. I think Tenchu has had enough. I might not understand something about event FD because I'm not getting back results with value equals to 0. So event FD blah, blah, returns new file descriptor blah blah blah. Read. Each successful read returns an 8-byte integer. The value returned is in host blah blah blah. Semantics depend. I don't care. If the event FD counters 0 at the time of the call to read, then the call either blocks until the counter or fails. Yeah, again. I see. I see. So I need to send like val +1. And then here I need to like subtract it. Right, and then do like TID. So will that work? Yeah. There you go. This is how it works. So 0, it kind of means we got nothing, just block again. Let me document that because I will certainly forget. If we send 0 as a value, then read will either block or return E again. So we're incrementing thread ID by 1 here, and then subtracting it on receiving, and kind of a hack, but it is what it is. So yeah, seems like, so at least parsing substrings from the string builder works pretty reliably. And when I'm pressing it also works. Yeah. Ooh. Oh! You see? Look at this. Look at this. You see what happened? So this happened because I reused a substring buffer that had length more in the previous iteration that it has here. And you see it kind of like got cooked. See, F press. Or maybe because it got into a like buffer. You know, maybe it got on a two buffer. How do you say it? Like across two buffers, right? Maybe it spanned two buffers. And I just somehow incorrectly copied it. So here, I might incorrectly calculate that. Count less count minus to copy. It should be remainder. It should be this. So it should reduce itself. Yeah, because in this case, remainder will never like drop to 0. Let's do if remainder less than 0. I just want to assert here and see if this ever happens. Or I guess I can do it just like that. Remainder 0. Fuck. So I think now this will maybe never happen anymore. Oh yeah, let's go. Oh wait, it's segfault. It's not even assert, so I segfaulted somewhere else. I segfaulted in builder to substring in allocator proc. Look at this. I couldn't allocate memory. That's actually wild. I wonder why though. So I managed to crash a default allocator. That's actually kind of crazy. But it doesn't matter. For now, it doesn't matter. It's all kind of like a afterthought. I will get to these bugs. So for now, what I want to check, not really check, what I want to adjust for is, so when we are wrap around in here, and we kind of start from scratch, on each substring, I need to check a count. And then if the count is less than what we want to allocate, I want to make sure we have enough size. There is one issue with this though, is that I only know the size is after I'm printing to builder. Hey, Sushi, bye, have a nice dinner. Thanks for hanging out. See you, I guess, next time, because probably by the time you come back, I am already done. Yeah. So we have what? We have two possibilities. We have like two potential possibilities to deal with it. We might just not deal with it at all. We might say that, okay, you know, when you wrap around, we just assume that our logger, like login thread, is fast enough to deplete everything, like faster than we can log. And then we just safely wrap around and keep allocating. And if we just allocate on top of the logger buffer, we will eventually see it and debug it and whatever. And another thing we can do is we can try hard about it. So we can check the current substring that is unoccupied like this. We can check its count. We might like estimate, I guess. Actually, we can't really predictably estimate it. We can only know the size of the string after we print it to builder. And after we print it to builder, we kind of already fucked it up. Potentially. Right? So I don't want to synchronize it. Like, in my opinion, I will just left it like that and assume that we will never encounter the situation. Of course, until we do. Like, if only there was a way to correctly estimate the string that we have to print. If only that was the case, then I would definitely know. You know what I can also do? I can rewrite print to builder. I can actually rewrite print to builder, so when it prints, and not even prints, when it appends, it will know when it steps over a substring. So that's the only way I can do it reliably. So inside of print to builder, if we check it, it's in print here. So inside of print to builder, it goes in a loop over all the bytes, and it append. Yeah, it calls append. Append, and it's like print type to builder or something. Fuck. Where is it? My dude. Append builder format string data plus printed cursor. No, where is the call to my is digit? Parse number. Yeah, print item to builder. So it calls print item to builder, and there it will always call append. You see? So it will always call append, and this is where I can yeah, here it actually tells me how much it prints. And on each individual append, I can check against occupied and unoccupied substring, and I can catch a moment where we might potentially step upon some like substring that is not yet consumed. So here we'll just have to we'll just need an ability to get substring through builder pointer. And we can trivially, so here we can trivially do this, right? Because we have like a current ring, current substring, and we can just take right positions and all the substrings, and when we print we get a buffer and blah 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 counter length, and we just can cross check it against substrings. So if we ever encounter that, we can do this. I am not gonna do it now. What I'm gonna do now though is when we wrap around, I will do current substring equals 0 and also current builder length equals 0. This is what I'm gonna do. And I think what else? I think I need to reset the builder itself, because builder has count on a buffer that I need to reset. I'm pretty sure. And I think I also need to reset a current buffer. I need to set it to... Yeah, because I think when I do print to builder... Not print to builder, when I do append... So it bumps count on the buffer. Where does it do length? Oh, length, it says here, yeah. Yeah, so it sets count on the buffer. And does it? Buffer equals current buffer. Get current buffer. If -0, success expand. Ah, yeah, then it expands and it changes the buffer. Yeah. So when we wrap around, we need to change the buffer for sure. Right? Yeah. So where's the builder? Yeah, so we need to do builder current buffer equals to its current buffer, right? Yeah, we need to do like get do not change anything here. Get, I think it's base buffer. And I think we need to also drop count to 0, I'm pretty sure. So it's kind of like reset, but we don't free buffers. Because free buffers actually like freeze the memory. And I don't want to free the memory. I only want to just mark it as fresh to use. Buffer count to copy. And so in this case, if we do that while we are depleting the builder, so doing this is fine, because in our builder to substring, we never use current buffer. The fuck is this? But we use buffer count. Yeah, we do use buffer count. And if we reset the count while we're using it, we are fucked. So this remains the only point of contention that we might potentially have, and I still don't want to synchronize it, but how can I potentially catch it? Because we decided that we can catch stepping on a substring during append in the future if we want. But to catch a count, so the only way I can see to catch it is if, for example, I assert that buffer count is more than 0. Right? Yeah. Yeah, I guess I can assert on it in like dev mode or something. And then deal with it if I ever like encounter it. But how can I deal with it? Just let me think about it for a second. Let me also play something chiller for the rest of the stream. So I'm like getting sleepy. So more than 0, we got ourselves a race condition. If remainder right, so and when we drop stuff, builder current buffer, and then I guess we just do this, right? Not quite actually. Excuse me. Actually, not quite. No, not quite. We need to drop count of all buffers to 0. So we literally need to do this. And do like buffer count equals 0. Let me correctly indent it, because this is kind of a little bit confused. This looks like I fucked up the indentation, so let me just properly do it. Yeah. So maybe I will deplete it here. Right, so I do substring occupied equals false. So I can maybe drop count on a buffer to 0 here. Because I always iterate over buffers from left to right. I can catch when like the buffer is over, you know what I mean? So I increase the count of a buffer. At some point the buffer is like fully depleted. And when do I know it? I know it. So to copy remainder, if remainder more than buffer count minus offset. So yes, in this case. Right? So this means this means we depleted the buffer, and I can probably do buffer.count equals 0 or something like this. We fully depleted. Is this how you spell it? Depleted. Yes. Buffer, so we can reset its count. And then you kind of go on to the next buffer. And this substring buffer is a pointer. Yeah, it is a pointer, so we can just modify it directly. So I think that's it. The only situation in which wait, what? No, yeah. So this guards when remainder is less than 0. And this checks if the buffer spans across two buffers. So buffer count minus offset. So it's the count of the string builder buffer minus offset that's also on the buffer. Like this is the starting position of the substring. This is the limit of the buffer. And if remainder is more than that, then we know we will read from the another buffer as well. This is just a check in case I somehow were like here. Yeah, because I don't want remainder to be negative. Yeah, exactly. It's like check against this in case this somehow goes negative. I never expect it to be less than 0. Because remainder might actually be equal to, might actually be less than buffer count minus offset. Like remainder can be like a little bit. Like just a few bytes at the beginning of the buffer. Then we don't go here. Then we just go straight up to here. Actually, this should be a remainder. Right, so this should be not to copy. I don't know. This actually is fine. So remainders count and 2 copies count. I don't need both of them. I need only one of them. So if 2 copy more than this, we'll do this. And then copy, and at the end we do like equals count minus this, right? I think that's right. We can actually even do this, because if 2 copy is 0, it also means that we fucked up somewhere. Like the substring should never be, unless somebody, you know, like calls log with an empty string, which should not be the case. Well, let's actually support that just in case. I don't need to crash on empty strings. Yeah, so 2 copy more than buffer count less than offset. We subtract it by the available amount. And this means we used up all of the buffer, so we can drop its count to 0 because we will effectively use it up. Then we will copy this. And after that we do the next buffer and overall count minus whatever we already copied. And then, yeah. So I think this is the logic. This is like the correct one. And oop, crash. We got ourselves a race condition. I guess because we do this. Buffer next. But then 2 copy should be 0. To copy to copy is what? What the? Yeah, I need to. $80. But buffer count is 0. What? I might not understand something. Did I drop count here to 0? Yeah, I did. Let me remove that. Is this the one that fucks? Okay, yeah, this is the one that fucks us up. Huh? Hello? Any scrolling around? Yeah. Oh, look at that. Yeah, here like step on each other. So you see, yeah. So I guess we're logging. So we're logging faster than we're able to read it. Is this what's going on? Is it what's happening? I think it's happening like this because I'm printing. Because I am this thing is quite slow compared to just showing stuff into the buffer. So let me, if I remove printing, oh, whoa. Will I still crash? I'm not. Bound check failed. Nice. Bound check failed when I killed the program. And even if I set this to 0, will it still crash? Oh, it still crashes. That's actually interesting. So it seems like we are logging faster than we will able consume the log. Depleting logging queue from thread. True. Yes. Man, I really... Yeah, hey Ian, hello. I was really hoping that's not gonna be an issue. I was really hoping that just showing shit into the log will not be like faster than we can deplete it. Ay. Do I really need to synchronize it? Like the whole point was to make this like super fast without just needing it to do. I even moved like builder to string into a separate thread. So this logging, it still has to print to builder, but it doesn't have to go around, and it was so good until I started to wrap it. Maybe if I allocate more substrings, I just say, okay, like let it do like 40 substrings. Maybe then this is gonna be like fast enough. Because I spam a lot of shit into log at the start of the program, right? Because I grab a bunch of input devices. And I guess this is where I'm over... In enterprise speak, this is where I'm saturating my cloud. Fuck. Yeah, let me think about it. There are one way, like one very stupid way I can get around it, is if I modify append, and in the append, instead of just bumping the count of a string builder, I will check against I can basically check the index of a substring, and if index is 0, I am just starting from scratch. Just starting from 0. And just write over, whatever I'm reading. And then I guess I can reproduce that maybe, some strings will get like corrupted here. So I will just like print like half of the like old log and half of the new log. If I do that. That could at least kind of give me an idea. But yeah, it just seems like what I initially kind of envisioned just doesn't work as well. Maybe also because this like event FD stuff, it's not as fast as I thought. Maybe just like write into it. Like I'm just writing to it and go on to the next log. But maybe it takes like a while for it to wake up, right? And while we like wake up and go through it, we already wrote over ourselves. Actually, I just realized we should do this. We should do it before we write to log, not after we write. Right, so we do this and that. I mean, it's not gonna... Oh, actually, look at this. It helped. Huh. I mean, we're like corrupting... Huh. Yeah, I know why it helped. Because you wrote the stuff and then we tried to start... Yeah, I know exactly why it helped. Yeah. Because we drop it to 0 and then we write the log, and when we're trying to read the log, we already like this... where is it? Current substring, when we get it here... Yeah, buffer count here is already damaged. So we need to do it before we write it, not after. Yeah. So this is still possible. This race condition is still possible. Let me document this. Dropping stuff here. Resetting the counters here might happen while logging thread depletes substrings if it's not fast enough. I don't want to synchronize them, but I need to reliable way to catch it to assess how likely it is to happen. Yeah, so, and this also. This is a bunch of 0. This is like, how do you call this? The cap? What does this symbol called in English? I actually don't know. This is just how Emacs, how Max displays 0 bytes. Like null terminators, yeah. 19, and then 0. It's a bunch of crap here. So it thinks we are occupied when in fact we are not. Let me also print it index here. So it's kind of more... Where's... yeah, 0, you see? So 19, and then 0 is cobbled. It's like damaged. And it is damaged because we reset counts. Here we drop the count to 0. And we also reset the buffer count. Oh, right, fuck. So this should happen afterwards, like here. Maybe this will... builder is used before a builder. Yeah, look at this. Now we're fine. So now we actually correctly wrap around. And maybe I was afraid for no reason. Maybe the depleting logic actually fast enough. So event FD fast. I just had a bug in my like ring. I'm doing like an air quotes right now. In my ring logic there was a bug. So look at this. We're actually logs from multiple threads. And our logger now is properly multi-threaded. Look at this. Thread number 2. This is thread number 3. And then if I'm adding crap here, it should print a bunch of stuff. Oh, yeah, you should look at this. It prints. You see? Nice. I mean, I am 100% sure this has a bunch of bugs. Boom, you see, for example, here. The attempted index is 11, but the highest index is 3. And where did it happen? 156. So yeah. TID 11. Why 11? Because somehow I like screwed up. Somehow I screwed up thread index when I was right, TID +1. How did it happen? It actually should be like thread index. Like why 11? How did it become 11? Who knows? You know. Yeah, Connor, hello. So yeah, there are some bugs, but at least proof of concept works. So this is a W, but it is a lowercase w, just like Phoenix wrote in Twitch chat. So there's like a bunch of bugs that we have. For example, since when like thread index is 11? This just can't be. Like we read it here, -1, and then somehow, right? So I mean I can do print val and just look at it. Val1. And then, yeah. So val 3. Also, you see somehow my mapping detection hook doesn't work anymore. Huh. That's kind of weird. Boom. Yeah. I mean, the way substrings worked first try, I still don't understand how that happened. I mean, there were bugs. Oh, there you go. So val was 1, but then somehow we got 5? What? Where the fuck did it came from? I mean, array index errors are the simplest one, especially when you have proper bounce checks. So I guess I probably don't understand this read. Because how the fuck if I send this into write, how the fuck do I read 5? Where do I read it from? Each successful read returns integer. Read fails with inval. The value returned blah blah blah. The semantics was not specified. An event of the counter has non-zero value. Counter containing that value, and the counter's value is reset to 0. If event of the counter is 0 at the time of the call to read, then the call either blocks until the counter becomes non-zero, or fails with E again if the file descriptor has made non-block. This makes no sense. Like, where the fuck did it get 5 from? Write as the 8-byte integer value supplied in the buffer to the counter. Oh shit, it adds to the counter. Oh. Fuck me, dude. So adds, like, it increments by this number. So this means, well, this is where, if so I probably misread this multiple times. So the value that I pass to read, it doesn't come on the other side, it adds to the counter. And why it's 5 is because at some point we're not fast enough to deplete the queue, so under the hood kernel just adds 1. So by the time we get this number next time, it incremented a bunch of times. You see? So this is how NFD works. So I need another way to pass thread ID. I can't pass it through eventfd, apparently. Yeah. Well, I know where the 5 is coming from. The 5 is coming from when we are slower to read the logs than they are supplied, which means we need some other way to pass to pass the thread ID. Fuck! This actually means that I do need to rewrite init logging. So at the moment, I implemented init log the way that you just call it once with the amount of threads predefined, and we initialize it for you. And so for now, it seems like I will need to rewrite it in a way where you need to initialize it for every thread. It's just at the top of the thread, you just call this init log ring, and instead of initting this one data structure with arrays, it will be like a builder plus write positions without anything else. And it's not gonna be array, it's just gonna be one per thread. And I think the way I will be storing it is on the context, so it's thread local. So it seems like that's the way to go forward. So our proof of context works. It's just because I misunderstood how eventfd works, I can't be using it like that. I need to rewrite it slightly. You see what I mean? And also, obviously, since we verified that we might be depleting slowly than we populating the logs, we might actually have to do some synchronization. Or, you know, if not synchronization, then maybe I might have to copy data around. But I mean, if I like copy the data around to keep it valid for the receiving thread, I might as well synchronize, right? Because these mem copies, copying memory around is also not free. And maybe like atomic stores, atomic writes, atomic loads at this point might be viable. So maybe my, you know, multi-threaded lock-free logic is just isn't working well, because I get bottlenecked on eventfd, or I don't know, just like string builder or on something, or you know, on the sole fact that this consumer, it has to cope with multiple threads, and this log, it just like each thread calls it simultaneously, and it just like triggers the write. Right. Yeah. Well, at least I know that my proof of concept works. So I'm pretty happy with that. I actually was low-key afraid that it might just not work at all. Yeah. So I think that's probably gonna be it for me. It's like too late for me. I'm not gonna find anyone to rate. So yeah, people, if you want to watch somebody, you need to find it yourself. Oh hey Maria. Yeah, so I was working on this logging and it actually works. So on the one end, I'm supplying stuff to the string builder divided by substrings, and on the receiving end, I reconstruct strings from the substring metadata that I received, and it all works. It's just I slightly misunderstood how eventfd works. I thought I can pass a counter as my thread index, but it seems like if my receiving end is too slow, the counter will get incremented under the hood. So I get indexes that are like bigger than the amount of threads, you know what I mean? So I will need to slightly rewrite initializing logic so I don't get into that. But yeah, otherwise the proof of concept of quote-unquote ring buffered string builders actually works. Yeah. So with just a little bit of metadata on top of string builder, we can reuse it for substrings. How about that? I hope it makes sense. Hope it makes sense. And yeah, today we've implemented like a substring logic. Actually, and it actually just worked first try. The consuming of substrings from string builder. That was pretty pog. Yeah, and yeah, now I am ending the stream. Actually, you know what? We might trade. I just saw Teacup is live. So yeah, people on YouTube, if you want to join the raid, hop on Twitch. Let's raid Teacup. I just saw him going live. And since I don't need to just search for a target to raid, yeah, I can just raid him real quick. Raiding Teacup. So yeah, thanks everyone for watching, for hanging out and stuff. I really enjoy the company. I'm a little bit sick, so quite slow today with everything. And hopefully tomorrow, like and the day after that, I will be feeling better, and we can work on that. Work on that further. Yes. Thank you guys. See you next time. Bye bye.